Hello trader, welcome back to another live session from Forex Trading Wizard Academy for the second day of the trading week. This is pretty important week, as you know, that NFP week, and we will be looking for some best trade possible in the market on gold, and I was also looking at the yen pairs as well as some of the USD pairs that we will be looking in this live session. We can see that euro dollar is in a deeper pullback, where from the daily resistance it has got strongly rejected on euro dollar. Dollar yen also we can see that in a pullback. Looking at XAUUSD, especially that instrument, yesterday we have seen that there was a sharp bounce back to the upside. Now looking at monthly chart, first of all we will be doing a full multi-time frame analysis to see possible entry opportunity in this market. We can see that there is a pretty strong breakdown, breakout, and then now pushing back again. Now either to come for a deeper pullback to this 4-hour 20 EMA or to bounce back up again. So we will be looking in this live session to find out where is the best possible trade setup. Before I progress further in this live session, guys, make sure you give a thumbs up and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't done yet. I would like to see that every members are here. So we can do the full analysis. If you guys are here, you can write yes in the live chat or just say yeah, so that I know that the stream is going well. And then we will be looking at XAUUSD, SK2 window for the other instrument as well. Along with we will be also looking at British pound US dollar or euro dollar. British pound US dollar, we can see that from this resistance line coming back to this weekly support. With the coming up dollar news, this instrument as well may get pretty volatile here. So this is where the weekly chart on GBPUSD, daily chart 1 hour, we will be also doing the full analysis on this instrument as well on GBPUSD. First, let's quickly look at XAUUSD. As this instrument, we have seen that there was a significant, if you look at yesterday, there was a big move back to the upside, and with this stronger movement back to the upside on XAUUSD, the market currently again pushing back down for another pullback. So if you look at the daily, first of all, what we can see that from the daily, it is forming a potential triple top in this area. So if you look at here, you can see a top, another top here. So from that triple top, the market, you can see that maintaining that resistance line, pushing back to the downside here. And with that break from this high that we can see this market, so you can see this is a resistance line here, and from that resistance, the price, this is the daily chart, we can see that there is a significant break below, and what we could see the market to potentially come back here to this neckline, which is the previous resistance turning support here. So as the price has got sharply rejected back to the downside again from the daily resistance, we could see that this market to potentially come down further. So looking at the 4-hour chart here again, you can see that this is the 4-hour chart from this resistance getting a rejection. So what I think that lower time frame, we may see potential bearish pressure here, lower time frame. Now at the same time, we can level up the 4-hour resistance line here for possible upturn, so that as soon as we see the market has tested those levels, we may be able to see potential rejection for downside here. Now these are resistance that we will be looking to see. If the market pushing back up, we may see that potential bearish pressure. So leaving those lines here as a reference point for us to find possible sell opportunity to these levels. So there is a big fair value gap here, and if this market coming down below this level here, we may see that a sudden drop. So I'm going to look at very lower time frame now at the moment to see where we may find entry. So this is the 1 minute price action. Some of the levels, again looking at the 4 hour to see where the price may give us entry, and the 5 minute chart. So would like to see, watch the price action in this lower time frame so that we have a possible entry. As soon as we find entry, we will be looking into the trade. So we can see here the price was maintaining series of lower high in that area, and would like to see the market has potential has broken any of this series of lower high before we find selling opportunity in this market. So these are levels that we would like to see. The market has gone up, tested, and then we will be selling to this 20 EMA. This is the 4 hour 20 EMA level, which is the 0.85 level. And I hope that you guys are prepared for this trading day. As this is NFP, you can know that today also there is a very high impact news coming up, and we have to be patient for this day, especially because if you look at here, coming up in just matter of 2 hours, GOLD shop opening, and starting with that news coming up, NFP, right? So NFP week is the where we can have the best trade setup, right? So understanding trading means that you know also when is the season for entering, right? So every day is not a trading day. Some day are very good trading days, some day just slow down. We have to be patient, and that's also part of developing a healthy trading psychology. Now if you are successful, if you want to be a successful trader, or if you are a successful trader, you know that the importance of having a very strong trading psychology, which is almost the 70% of traders success depends on their psychology. Guys, this is the live session where you will be able to develop that trading psychology. Here you will know exactly what you need to become a successful trader, right? So do you have the trading psychology? It's a very important question. Asking question is very important. Do you have the trading psychology? Let me know in the live session if you think that you have the trading psychology. If you don't have, also let me know in the live session, live chat. This is the live session where you will be able to learn and grow as a trader. If you don't have, don't worry, here every tool is available for you to know and learn. Let's look at the market to see how we can practice that trading psychology at the moment in this live market. As trading in the live market, this is where you will be learning the real trading. So I'm working on my trading psychology, especially impulsive trading. Okay, so which is very common to the traders. Okay, so having impulsive trading, to mitigate that or to reduce that part of FOMO trading, okay, revenge trading, impulsive trading, or not trading at all. These all are part of trading psychology, right? So how do you overcome that? How do you fix that so that you can become a successful trader? On the other side, there is freedom, right? Once you become a successful trader, it's the freedom that we need as a trader. You know that if we want to just earn a degree, diploma, certificate 3, We need 6 months, 1 year, 5 years, 3 years, and then go for another 1 year of struggling to find a job, and then gain experience, and then just to make a living or just to struggle to pay the bills, right? So when you are trading, you become a trader, right? It's freedom, so it takes time, and that's the hardest thing that a trader need to understand, guys. Trading is freedom. On the other side, the other side is a little bit of patience, struggle. But if you are not successful trader, then you are on the right track, because 1 out of 10 become profitable, but 10 out of 10 become profitable as long as they are not quitting, right? So don't quit, just purely focus. This live session is dedicated for you to learn, because in this world there is only this live session, or the live session where you will see the real trading. Am I right or no? Where you will find that in the live market someone is teaching you trading? Nowhere, right? Not anywhere you can learn it. So this live session is the real education where you can take it for becoming a successful trader. So let's understand that and help to develop the trading psychology. There are more discussion coming up, how you can learn the strategy, how you can develop the trading psychology, and at the same time how you can learn the risk management. Trading psychology is very difficult to master. Emotions are like a roller coaster. Well, that's difficult to master, but at the same time easy to handle, right? How does first of all, you need to understand the mechanism, why it is so difficult to handle the emotion or handle the trade that coming along with, right? So if we know the mechanism, it becomes easy. You see that while we are looking at the market to give us the trade, let's understand that why it's so difficult to master and how you can master it in 1 day. Okay, understanding will give you a big advancement in that journey, right? And then once you understand it, you just need to practice it. Now, why do this emotion come? See, this is our brain, right? So, and in that brain there are 3 parts. This is midbrain, frontal lobe, and the reptilian brain, right? So that one, which is the snake's brain or the crocodile's brain. Now the emotion is here on the midbrain. This is the emotional brain. And why do that so much emotion affect our trading? Let's understand it, right? So then you will understand that why it is so difficult being a trader rather than anything else. So look at now this brain is developed millions of years, right? We think that it's just my brain, but you have the information from the past, from millions of years, right? Because what our parents had, okay, is also we have, right? Some of the information, and the parents, and they go back, and you will see that there is a lot of information already in that brain that is having, right? So this midbrain is the emotional brain. And so what kind of emotion that affect our trading, that we need to look at, right? So as we are, the emotion is playing a crucial role in our decision making. One of the most important emotion that affect our trading are fear and greed. So the fear plays a crucial role in trading. When does the fear comes in play? So imagine that you are inside cave, okay? Like if you go back to 3000 years, then you might see that people are living in the cave, right? So those information are there. Those emotion is already affecting our day-to-day life. Now if you go back to the cave life, then there is a big lion in front of you. How do you feel? You feel fear. That's a threat. That's the fear affecting, that's the fear, emotion of fear, right? There's something threatful or risky in front of you. The job of the brain is not to make you successful as a trader. The job of the brain is to keep you safe, so that it just scan for risk, threat, and will give you that emotion to instantly make a decision based on that emotion. So when you see a lion, you're not gonna think of being successful. You just either fight or flight. If it's a small lion, fight. Big lion, run away. So that's how the brain generates that emotion, and that's the amygdala, that the midbrain. Now why it's so important, it's playing the role in trading, because in modern society we don't have the lion, right? So you don't have to worry about that, but the brain scans the same kind of threat or information that we can see in this world. So now how does this relate to the trading? Well, when we open a trade, if you want to be a successful trader, you need to take a bunch of trade, right? So you need to consider 100 trade to think of becoming as successful as a trader. Now in this 100 trades, sometimes you need to have a losing trade, but the brain doesn't accept any losing trade, right? So whenever it sees some, even it's a winning trade, but when you see the market, the trade has a little bit of drawdown, the brain instantly sends a signal there is something wrong. That's a fear of, okay? And that emotion is impacting every decision coming next, because we become more irrational and make decision that is not inconsistent with the trading plan or trading decision. And now how can you fix that? Well, the only way you can do is giving yourself more and more experience, right? Now imagine that you fear of height. So let's say you are fear of height and you need to jump from 50 centimeter, okay, high, and you are very afraid to jump. Why? Because the brain is sending a signal it's so risky to jump from here. That's the fear. But if you jump anyway, the brain will take that experience and will say, okay, that's not that much of fear that I thought. And then next time you jump from 70 centimeter, right? Because you gain that experience. So that's why this live session is so important for your development as a trader, right? So that's why, guys, if you truly want to be successful as a trader, so make sure you stick till the end of the live session, so that you know, you learn and you grow. And at the same time, this is NFP week, as I mentioned, guys, earlier, that entry to the academy for the lifetime access to everything, all the courses, strategies, details. Currently the membership closed, but from this live session, those who will be able to stick till the end of this live session, if we open any trade, you do the proper risk management, you do proper lot sizing and trading according to proper risk management, one lucky winner from this live session will be today entering into the academy for lifetime access to mentorship, all the courses, details, strategies, as well as one-on-one session with me. So make sure you stick till the end for taking that advantage, and give a thumbs up now if you like that, and say yes in the live chat that you are happy with that. Let's look at the possible entry coming up later, where we can find the next entry in this market. Andrew, thank you very much. Eddie, yes. FX Golden Dean, thank you. Hello sir, how I'm good, thank you. One lucky winner today will be able to enter the academy from this live session. So make sure it's all at the end, those who will be there till the end. Hello, thank you very much. And bye since 3357. Yeah. So let's look at now what is the next next entry coming up. We're here. Okay, so we can see this is the 4-hour chart. Let's wait for possible entry. Now I have deleted those lines that we have leveled up, putting it back again to see possible entry opportunity, and would like to see the market is pushing back up again in any of this resistance line. Once we see the price has done that movement back to the upside, we will be using the pending order here for entry. And I think that if the price managed to break any of this series of lower high, okay, any of this series of lower high, okay, here is, you can see the market maintaining that series of lower high. Would like to see that breaking any of this series of lower high, which is where the best entry coming for this session. So would like to see where is the best entry, and as coming up Xauusd job opening, that also may give us better trading opportunity. And thank you, welcome, good job. Okay, so with that being said, here is what we can see, lower time frame. This is where the market now pushing back up here for a possible break of structure. Here is, we can see the market is maintaining that series of lower high, right? So which is a pretty smooth series of lower high. Okay, and you can see, would like to see it's breaking that series of lower high so that we can enter into the trade. This is series of lower high, and once we see the market manage to break that high, that's where we can look for a pending order in this market. In addition to XAUUSD, do you guys have any other pairs that you are looking at? Okay, so we see this one on the list, British Pound US Dollar, that I was looking at before the live session. And with the British Pound US Dollar, we can see the market created this move. Now it's pushing down for deeper pullback. From the lower time frame, we can see that this market is coming for pullback. So once we see that data has come out, we will be able to enter into the trade. We'll leave GBPUSD as for setup to appear the market show. Once the market will show, we will be entering into the trade. While XAUUSD, here is there is a 5 minutes candle coming close. I'm still not very impressed for selling, as we didn't see enough breakup structure in this market. Now breakup structure is very important, as you know, more often I discuss about this in this live session. We will be also going in depth understanding why it is so important to understand breakup structure in the market, because once you understand breakup structure, you know that when is the high probability trade setup. The probability is very important, because once you are entering into the trade, the edge is the probability. The higher the probability, the more chance for you to win. And how do you understand the probability? The best probability comes when you enter the trade from a breakup structure where the market potentially show the sign of reversal, but it just break from the structure and then trend back again in the major direction. So once you understand that, you are almost halfway to the technical analysis. There are two major parts of this trading, is the technical and the fundamental. Now understanding technical is very, very important. As a short-term trader, we not necessarily to know the fundamental, but we have to have a clear understanding of when the fundamental is coming. Two things. One is understanding the fundamental, that means that interpreting the fundamental. The other thing is understanding or knowing when the fundamental is coming. Two distinct important factors. Let's try to understand that how you can interpret the fundamental and how you can understand fundamental, right? What do I mean by this? Let's understand it. So let's look at the calendar here. So if you look at coming up later today, Xauusd job opening, right? Two things. One is, if you look at earlier, yesterday we traded this ISM manufacturing PMI. Now here the data, right? So which is 48.5. The forecast was 49.3. The data is the interpretation of this data, how it has impacted the market. One thing. The other thing is when this data is coming. This is another thing, right? So as a technical trader, what do you need? Do you need to interpret? Do you need to predict before this data to come? Either it's a smaller or bigger data. How does this impact the market? It's not retail trader's job. Number one, you cannot predict or you cannot know either this coming up is a small or big and how it will impact the market. But we can know from the technical part of trading how this data is impacting. For example, you don't have to know either it's a big or a small coming, but you have to know that it's coming, because you can't open a trade in that time. If you are opening, there's a high risk. Another important thing is, once the data has been released, the market settled, there are fresh new opportunity arises. That's opportunities are high probability trades. Why? Because there is a volume. The market recorrect to a new level, recorrect to near to its true intrinsic value. You'll see the market more often you will find the market either oversold or overbought, deviate from its true intrinsic value. This data more often will bring the market to the level. And that's where the market again freshly prepared for buy or sell, because there are more volumes coming in the market. Another way, because of the fundamental, because of this data, many traders closes their position, including the institutional trader. When the data is released, the market relief, and it's purge again for another move. The volumes come in the market. You see how it is important to know when data is coming. There are more techniques that we will be discussing in this live session. If you want to know more, you see the market is pushing back up again. We'll be waiting for that. I see the likes is still not there. If you guys enjoying the live session, make sure you give a thumbs up, smash it to 50 like now, and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't done yet. For more updates, there are many educational content coming up and preparing to release some of the best education you guys will find here to become consistently profitable traders. Thank you. So you can see the market, as you mentioned here, 4-hour chart almost approaching that level that we discussed. Now let's think of potentially pending order. So if we look at the 1 hour, which is potentially a long doji here, so series of high is being broken in that area. Would like to see where we may find that possible entry. The nearest level that you can see is here, and there's another one here. Okay, so the price approaching the current 4-hour candles high is here. So we can see the market is approaching the previous session's high. So once the price managed to break the previous session's high, as it is a falling market, is where we may see that potentially potential entry. And then once the price managed to do that, if you look at the daily here, that's where we will be able to find that entry opportunity in this market. You can see the pretty strong bounce back to the upside. You can see the market is moving up, and which is approaching that key level. Let's wait to see. We will be using either pending order or the market order, either buy either sell stop or sell limit. Let's wait to see, depending on the market, how it is heading to that level. This is the 5 minutes price action. So looking back again, the 4-hour chart, that you can see the market is approaching that key levels, which is the previous resistance line. So you can see that it's a clean bounce back to the upside. We may see further movement, and if you look at the 1-hour, complete bounce back to the upside, and so we'll be waiting for this 1-hour candle to potentially to close, and then to see where the price is potentially heading to. We'll be waiting for the 1-hour candle to close, and once we see the market has shown that pattern in that area, we will be entering into the trade. Now here is the 1-hour rejection back to the upside. So still maintaining that series of lower high in this area, waiting for the market to show or break any of this series of lower high. And once we see the market has broken any of the series of lower high, we will be able to find possible entry setup for a rejection from the top. And here is this is currently in a trend on the lower time frame, and that trend would like to see that going up to hit any of this important 4-hour or intraday resistance line, and then to possibly reject back again to this support level here. And looking at daily here, you can see that this is the daily price action. So going up means that it's potentially to retest the daily resistance as well, and that's where we will find possible setup. We'll draw all those levels that even on the daily to see if potentially going aggressively back to the upside, where is our best entry for selling in this market. We'll be waiting to see how the candle also closing on the lower time frame. Keeping eye on the lower time frame to see potential entry in this market. These are some of the levels to the top side that we will be waiting for any entry. Welcome. Michele, do you still actively provide trading signals, sir? What is your trading strategy, swing trading? Yes, I do share all my trades in the premium group that we have in the academy, along with the system that I share, that I have, the automated system, as well as all the trades that I'm sharing. The mentorship is closed at the moment. Probably for another 1 month it will be closed, but because I would like to that mentor all the members to do have that actively. But this live session definitely will be helpful to you, and I will highly encourage you to stick to the live session. The academy membership is closed at the moment, but from this live session, because we have very limited spot from this live session, for those who will be able to stick till the end, one lucky winner almost every day will be taking to the academy for lifetime access to all tools, because whoever coming would like to give the best experience and best setup, okay, so that you can grow as a trader, right? So I can take all of you here watching but not giving anything. Rather, if we take the most dedicated one, so if you are most dedicated, probably one day you will be able to get access to the academy, and then take all the tools that I have, take all the advantage, become a better trader. So stick till the end for that to see if you are getting qualified for that. Or don't worry if you don't get entry. Here the live session, I do share many of my insights and the trading strategy. Look, trading strategy, no one will share with you, right? So because it's the one that makes money, that the one that makes consistent profit. But those in the academy, as you know, that I do share all my tools and the strategies so that they can learn, and that's the main goal of this academy, to help the traders so that they can become consistently profitable. And it takes time, right? It takes a little bit of time. Why it takes time? Because anything worthwhile learning takes a little bit of time, but that's okay, right? Because when you are learning, when you are growing, it's on the progress. And one thing very important, guys, remember that the universe will not give you what you want. The universe will give you everything for who you are. So you need to focus on developing, becoming a trader, right? So who you are becoming, that's where you started to see all the progress coming along the way. If you are either a complete beginner or experienced trader, the first question that you need to ask is, am I profitable? Yes or no? If no, then why? Where I am lacking? Where I need to work on? So these are the key questions that a trader must ask, right? So you can sit down, write down, and then note down what you need to improve or progress as a trader. So are you a beginner or an advanced trader? Here, share your experience. Let us know. Either you are a beginner or an advanced trader. Share your experience, how long you are trading. Okay. Now here what we can see with this, Ikram, yes. Still a beginner. Mikali, okay. So yeah, how many of you here are beginner? Guys, we are 61 watching this session and only likes. Yeah, guys, give a thumbs up. Thanks for the call. Yeah, absolutely, it's helpful for the YouTube algorithm. And let's here look at the lower time frame 30 minutes chart on the you can see it's got a rejection here after this break of structure. Okay, thank you. I'm in intermediate trader. I blew up my account several times, but I'm slowly learning. That's a very common, right? So thanks for sharing that. You know, it's nothing. You may not find any traders. I don't think that you'll find any traders who are successful but haven't lost. That's the part of trading. It's an investment, or it's a learning curve that everyone needs to go through. And that's why I tell you guys, if you're a beginner, trade on a smaller account. Okay, trade on a smaller account. You see that in the academy, the tool currently that I'm giving, the strategy that I'm giving, you know that I always tell you, not a bigger account. My strategy is compatible to the smaller account, right? So the reason is, if you are losing, lose small, so that you can gain big on a bigger account. Once you are fully developed with your strategy, once you are fully mastered the strategy, then slowly build up your account. So start with a small. Now small can be a $5,000 account, small can be a $2,000 account, or small can be a $200 account, depending on your where you are at. Okay, or small can be a $10,000 account or a $20,000 account, depending on your personal circumstance or your affordability, right, or your lifestyle. Now if you have $1 million to trade or invest, and now if you invest on $200, it's nothing for you, right? Because you need a demand for that. If you have a $1 million to invest or trade, then the smaller account could be a $20,000 account for you, right? So depending on who you are, where you are at, right? So that's why I always encourage to trade on a smaller account until you master the strategy. Okay, depending on more than. Thank you very much. Lower your size and decrease the number of trades. Focus on one trade a day with small lots, small size, and build confidence. That's a good encouragement. Okay, now also there is another side to it, right? There is another side to it, guys. You can't always trade small. Okay, if you trade small always, also you might lose. I saw that, you might say, okay, I'm only trading 0.01 lot all the time, or maybe just 0.1 lot all the time. That's not also the right strategy. The right strategy is to know when to take the risk, when not to. Right? That's the right way to trade. When to take the risk, when not to. Because when you have a better probability, taking a little bit of risk is okay, not big. And depending on your strategy, there are many strategies that one can run, right? So for example, some of the strategies that I take risk is because I have a bigger probability to gain over time. So that is why it is important that you know when to take risk, when not to, and when not to, then don't take the risk. And also not trading on a fixed lot, but trading based on each individual trade, when to enter, depending on that trade. Each trade has a different set of risk management criteria for each trade. Can you explain gap in gold? Yeah. Shantaram, one lot size, like how much dollar account? Okay, I think that's a very fundamental question. One lot size, like how much dollar account? Okay, so you need to a bit of work on the risk management. So one lot size, there is no specific amount that you can allocate for one lot size. Lot size will come as a byproduct of the stop loss peep, right? I have a separate video on the YouTube channel, also you can watch that. Just quickly giving you an idea, right? So when you are, let's say you are selling like that from here, stop loss here, TP target here. Now to find the lot size, the first step is to allocate the percentage risk want to take in that particular trade. And you should also, you can keep a risk manager tool, which is very important, right? For example, in this trade, how much capital you want to risk, or the exposure to the market. Now if you have a, let's say a $10,000 account, $10,000 live account, now how much exposure you want to give on a single trade? Probably you want to give only $100, right? If you are wrong completely, you're gonna lose $100. Or probably you want to give $500, depending on your strategy. On a single trade, the exposure to the market. And depending on, so let's say if the market, you sold from here, but the market has gone up. Now if it goes up completely to your stop loss, how much you gonna lose? If it is $500, now to reach that $500, you need to calculate the lot size. There are lot size calculator available in the market, right? So you will find the lot size calculator, web-based lot size calculator. You find apps, or if you are using a platform, each platform has their own lot size calculator. MT4, you need to, we have one. If you are on the academy, you can ask to give you one, or there are a lot of free lot size calculator available. You can use it to automatically give you the lot size. So it could be that 0.1 lot, this trade 0.2 lot, the other trade could be just 0.05 lot, the other trade could be 0.5 lot, depending on your gap in your stop loss. So no matter how much big gap or how much small, your risk per trade is always same. So if you lose the trade, you're gonna lose $100, $200 or $300, and then based on that, lot size will be automatically adjusted for each trade. That's how you can, each trade you can keep in control. You can keep in proper managed plan, right? So that's how you can calculate each trade, what will be your risk percentage. And that's how you have always understanding of how much you're risking for trade, and the next one, and then the next one, like that. Great advisor, trading a fixed lot is not a good idea. Not at all. Trading fixed lot is not a good idea unless you are using any kind of strategy that is proven, different kind of strategy, probably any tools or EA, but if you are using day trade, swing trade, regularly opening from the market using manual trading, then fixed lot is not an option here. MDA, that's more for someone with experience, but for beginner or someone trying to be consistent, all they need is setup, one setup a day, and take it with a small size, then slowly increase what I did. Okay, so if it is working that way, yeah, as long as you have proper understanding how the trade is opening. So if you want to trade on fixed lot, if you find it difficult to calculate the lot size, yes, keep at the lower side. Okay, keep at the lower side until you learn it fully, right? That's what it is. So if you don't have the tool to automatically calculate the lot size, or if you don't know how to do the lot size calculator, yes, keep a smaller lot and then trade it so that you can learn over time until you become very good at it. Okay, if you are in the academy with us, we have, if you guys go to the student dashboard on the website, you can find all the details on how to do the lot sizing, how to calculate lot sizing For those who are on the academy already, you can head on to the website, go to the beginner course, and you can find every detail on how to do the lot sizing and how to calculate each lot and do the risk management, which is a very important part of becoming a better trader. All right, so now we can see the market looking at here, waiting for, we have 1 hour later, there is a data coming, and I think we don't need to wait that much longer for an entry. The 4-hour chart that we can see, the market is pushing back to the resistance line here. I'm waiting for this price to hit any of this key level, and then potentially for so far for selling. But if we see that the market sentiment changes, we might be able to take a different directional trade. At the moment, we see that 1 hour candle closed as a doji, and now again pushing back to the upside. 3367 is a key level. After that, there's no man's land. So would like to see that it's first going back up to hit any of this 4-hour resistance line. And if we see enough pullback, as if you look at also the daily chart, there is a so far significant drop on the daily, and any bounce back to the upside 3367 or above can be an opportunity to sell again. With the coming up news, we might see the market again pushing back down to this 4-hour 20 EMA. So waiting to see that to happen, to see how the market is potentially reacting to this level here. Now, series of lower high, the price here, it's in a downtrend. Would like to see the breaking of this series of lower high, and then to give us that potential entry back to the support level. We haven't entered any trade yet, waiting for a proper entry opportunity. Now the patience is key, as I always mention. Focus on learning, focus on being patient. The less is more in trading always. And by the way, stay connected by joining also the Telegram link you can find below this video in the description. And also I'm sharing with you the link in the live chat. You can use that link to get access to the Telegram channel. Now, in addition to the Xauusd, what else we can look at on GBPUSD? We can see that it's a little choppy here. So I'm not still entering on British pound US dollar. Looking at the yen pair here, we can see dollar yen and British pound US dollar. We can see that AUD USD and on euro dollar. So among that, euro dollar looks to me that a little organized trend directional bias here from the 4-hour chart here on euro dollar. Here is there's a big drop here on the 4-hour chart on euro dollar. Looking at the daily chart, and Okay, so you can see that after forming double top in that area, the market is having a directional bias here in this zone. And looking at also, as I mentioned earlier, looking at the euro USD, looking at the daily lower time frame from the 1 hour chart here on euro dollar, here is there is a head and shoulder pattern here, and with this head and shoulder, what we can see that from this head and shoulder, the market has completely, so with the head and shoulder formation, the price on euro dollar may potentially drop back down here. Now what you can see that this is a head and shoulder, we may see the market pull back and then to drop back down here to create a new lower low in this market. So on along with the euro dollar, we see that Xauusd here, there is a bounce. It's currently in a sideway, expecting for the market to potentially go back up to retest and then to return back again towards the downside here. So this is the doji here, and with the doji, expecting that the market to retest and then to return back again to create a new lower low. Here is 4 hour chart here, again reviewing the level that to retest. The market has just tested this support, which is here. This 4 hour candle is quite important because there's a long wick here, a pretty long wick at the top and at the bottom. The market has tested that and getting that rejection that you can see from this level, right? So now to see either this market is started to reverse from here, okay, so you can see this is the 15 minutes chart again in this area. Pretty choppy. Okay guys, so here lower time frame, we can see that just looking to see the market was moving in a sideway. As soon as we see the prepared for a break below, that's where we are looking into the entry. With a long wick here, a pretty strong rejection from the top, and this is where the market from this support level getting that rejection back to the upside. Now we have 43 minutes remaining for this 4-hour candle to close, and before the close, expecting that the market to go ahead, retest that level, and then to return back again in the direction of the major trend. Here is waiting to see. Now, with this movement, and as this is the 4-hour resistance 3367 level, the structure formation here from the 1 hour, the previous one doji, we have coming up news in 45 minutes to see either it's going back up further with the news or coming down here to this 20 EMA level. Though there is a huge impulse here on the 4-hour chart, if you look at because today so far has shown a bearish drop, any bounce today could be potentially bearish. As for me, it is potentially less likely to be able to straight go back up to create any higher high on the daily. Rather, we could see the market to trend back down again to this support level here. So with this being said, in this area here, okay, so we can see from this resistance line the market is pushing down, and coach, where is our potential sell zone? For potential sell, okay, like as we discussed from the 4-hour chart, this is the candle closing in 40 minutes. So which is, we have seen that 1 to 3 sessions of complete bearish drop, followed by this session the market is after break of this low pushing back to the upside. So if these sessions price especially crossing the previous session's high, which is a very very crucial level for potential selling, which is 3367 level. Now, if how this candle closing is important, because as soon as this candle will close, also there will be news coming up, right, which is coming on Xauusd job opening, which is high impact news. Now, if this current session's candle is not crossing that high, then even with the news, if it is closing here somewhere as a smaller doji or a smaller green candle, the next one might go up cross and then could return back again in that direction. So they might go up cross and then could drop back again. So with that being said, in that area, if you look at the lower time frame here, you can see quite a few long wick, and expecting that the market to go ahead, retest, and then to return back again to the support level. So for us to sell, would like to see that it's crossing that key area, key level 3367, and then getting that rejection. I think that if the market managed to break that high, we could see potentially a short-term drop here to this order block or to this support level, which is potentially 233.403338 level, or even further below. So depending on how this candle closing is the key level, key area to look at. Okay, so now here is a complete bounce back to the upside, followed by this pullback, and you can see it's trying to approach that level, that support term resistance. And especially when you look at the daily, we can see that clear picture. There's a big bounce followed by rejection back, and as soon as we will find further entry, that's where the potential opportunity in this market. So looking at the lower time frame here, you can see the 15 minutes and the 5 minutes showing here a possible reversal pattern. Now that reversal might push that price back to the upside, and that's where we will be able to see that potential entry. In this zone, I'm not going to buy because the market trend is down here, is still breaking from the structure. So when you see that the market is breaking from the structure, is potentially for again another trade in the direction of the trend. Now looking at here again with this doji, now this is a sideway, very choppy. In this area, it's not any entry yet. While looking at Euro USD, if you look at Euro dollar, which was trending, very sharply bearish. Now looking at the trend is very important when you are looking for entry, because trend is the most important part of trading. When you are trading with the trend, you are always staying with the edge in the market. This is also, I emphasize a lot, and as you have seen that all the strategy that I have, I'm teaching, and also I'm trading, all of them is based on the trend. Why? Because when you are trading with the trend, you know that how to read the market structure, how to trade with the trend. It's the simplest way to become a successful trader is to know how to trade with the trend. There are 3 secrets in the market, right? So there are only 3 secrets, nothing else. So the simplest is the best, right? So there are 3 secrets: market structure, liquidity, and price action. Number 3 is crucial, right, in the market as well. So when you look at the market, okay, so for an entry, how do you understand that you are trading in the right strategy. By asking a very crucial question is to understand, ask yourself one question: is my strategy is trading with the trend, or I'm just finding the top to sell, bottom to buy? Now, if your strategy is trading with the trend, then your strategy is more than 50%. The only thing that you are missing out is risk management or proper entry criteria. Because if you can read the market structure, if you know that the direction of the trend, and if you can do the proper risk management, you will never ever be a losing trader for long term, right? One or two trade is not the indicator. The proper trading is having a plan and then following up with the plan, doing the risk management, and then trading with the trend. That's all you need. Now, how do you trade with the trend? Or how do you know that you are entering in the right time, in the right direction? You need to answer WWW, right? So this 3W will give you an understanding of either you are trading properly or no. Okay, so the first W is which way to trade. The second W is when to trade. The third W is why to trade. There's no dot here. Okay, so just triple W. Now, the first W, when to trade, is where you will find from the which way to trade is you will find from the market structure. The market structure will tell you either to buy or sell. Now, understanding market structure is sometimes confusing. For example, this is that you can see it is a bull market or bear market, right? So you can see that you're looking at the 5 minutes. Here is a double bottom here, bounce, which is kind of bullish market structure, but at the same time it's creating series of lower high here. So is it a bull market or bear market, right? So to identify that the proper market structure, you need, very importantly, 2 time frame. I normally emphasize on daily and the trading time frame. So entry time frame and the daily. These two are key that I use in my trading. So when you look at the daily, try to understand that what daily is telling you. Is it a bull market or a bear market? Now look at the daily here on gold. What do you see? Now on the daily, the major trend may not be relevant on the lower time frame. Okay, try to understand what I'm saying, guys. If you look at the daily here, okay, so this is a bull market on the daily, right? There's a big bull candle and then rejection. But when you look at the individual daily candle, today's candlestick pattern, that you can see a sharp rejection from the top. Now, because there is a rejection on the top, from the top on the daily, we could see that this market on the lower time frame to remain bearish, right? So you can see there is a breakup structure. It's coming down. It's the 1 hour price. Pretty strong doji, back to back 2. You see, after break of this series of lower high here, okay, was maintaining series of lower high. Okay, it was maintaining that series of lower high, and then once it has broken from the series of lower high, the market has got that rejection here in that area. Now, with that being said, here with a series of lower high, the market managed to break below, and we can see the market started to trend back down to create a new lower low in this market. So start to break below. Let's wait to see. The 4-hour chart here got a sharp rejection. This is the 4-hour level, 4-hour candle, and from this support down resistance has got rejection back directly to the support level. As we discussed, this market potentially be a downtrending. Now, how this 4-hour closing is important to look at. We see there's a sharp rejection from the support down resistance. Would like to see that how this candle closing, and then we'll be able to see that entry. I was waiting for the market to cross any of this important level. Let's see if it is doing that. As there's a data coming, it might go for a spike, and then with that spike the market may trend again back towards the downside. We'll see that what kind of price action it is forming in this area. Okay, so you can see it's again trying to push back up. We'll see that how far it is going. And in the meantime, guys, if you're enjoying the live session, make sure you give a thumbs up and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't done yet. And where you can see the market, we would like to see cross of this high before the candle close. On the 4-hour, we have around 25 minutes to candle close. We might be able to enter before or just after the data, once we see the market prepared for that move. There's a big bear candle in this area, and four session drop coming up, news, and let's wait to see if it is coming here for another retest of this 20 EMA from the 4-hour. And 30 minutes candle after this doji sharp break, so it may try to come down here. Will you be using the sell stop here? Let's wait to see. As yeah, would like to see one more push back to the upside before entry. Wanted to see one more clear manipulation here before we look for entry to 3338 level, to sell to that level. And We can see here in this zone expecting for a potential upside to retest, and then we are on the trade. For our chart, I will be waiting for that to happen. And okay, here it's trying to push back up. As the news is coming, we will be waiting a little more time for an entry to see how it might get rejected. From the 1 hour, we can see that after cross of this high, so the way the price action is forming in this area is a possibility for further downside, that you can see the bigger red candle, smaller green candles representing that possible for further bearish move in this market. Looking at here, yeah, complete here is the bearish drop in this market on the lower time frame, and so that's the sign that the price may potentially remain bearish with the 4-hour close coming up. You have 20 minutes for this candle to close. Looking at a pretty sharp downtrend, and Now we are almost nearing to the news coming up. We're waiting to see that either to enter. As with the spike and the market started to trend down, we would like to see that for our chart here. You can see it's a as we discussed, currently start to fall back down, and this is current resistance line to see either the price is going back up there or start to drop from here. So it just has gone back up and then rejected back to the downside. We'll see if it is going back up again to 3356 level, which may try to go back up here again for finding a good entry is very important, especially when before the data. We have 15 minutes for the data to come up. We haven't entered yet because would like to find the best setup, and with the news coming, as after this 15 minutes close, let's see if this market again trying to push back up or dropping back down. If it is going up to 3356 level again, a very important zone that we might be able to find selling opportunity, especially with the spike. If it goes up, grab liquidity and return back, that's where we will be looking to enter. So as soon as the data come, guys, get ready for a potential entry. So we will be waiting for first the market to do the spike, which is very important to look at. Once it has done the spike, what I think, if it wants to break below, then we might see that the spike going back to the upside and then returning back down, which is if the market sentiment changes, it's a different story. But if the spike goes up to test the daily resistance here, we could see a sharp drop again, and that's where you would like to enter. Now before the data, if it keep dropping here, then we'll see that what kind of price action it is forming with the upcoming news. So it's here, it is currently in a downtrend. So this is a sharp downtrend, and that's breaking the support level from the downtrend. Now there's a big fair value gap. So if you look at the 4 hour, you can see it's a clean fair value gap. So and the monthly level that we discussed, even it could boom drop back to the monthly support. If we see that very sharp drop, currently it's in a strong downtrend. Keep pushing down here. Now it's at the moment it's risky to enter as news to be published, but the spike could go up, grab liquidity, and then lead that price back. Now how the 4 hour closing is important. Okay, so we see that there is a full breakup structure and the market started to trend. Just reviewing again the 4-hour chart, the candle closing in 10 minutes. So the price is approaching this 4-hour 20 EMA. The chances for the market to come and retest is higher now at the moment to test this 20 EMA. And that being said, looking at the 1 hour here, a very strong break below from this 4-hour. And looking at the 15 minutes also, so you can see the last 10 minutes remaining for this to come up. Yep, just getting this spike back to the upside, which was waiting to see the market to from the 4-hour chart to go ahead and then to retest that level from this this resistance. And if before the candle close, if the market going up retest, we will be able to see that drop here. And it's a matter of patience, as you know that, as I mentioned earlier. If you guys are patient here, there's also reward, learning, growth, being a trader. And also as I mentioned earlier, for those who are staying till the end, one lucky winner here will get access to the academy for lifetime for everything, including strategies, analysis, live mentorship, live classes that I'm taking in the academy to teach the members how to trade, how to do the risk management, and also all my trading tools available for the premium members. So if you are on the academy, you will be able to access my trading tools. That means that system, the automated system that I use to trade, and one lucky winner from this live session will be able to get entry to the academy. So if you are here so far, don't miss out to stick till the end. At the end, we will go for a draw to take one of you in this from this live session. Say yes in the live chat if you are ready for that competition, because we would like to take only the dedicated member who want to take your trading to the next level. Because as soon as you are in the academy, you know, I want to take the members who are really serious to take their trading to the next level, not quitting. As long as you are here, not quitting, because this is the goal of the academy, to create traders who can change their life as well as the life of others. So Gilbert, yes, thank you very much. Looking gold, okay. Yeah, we can see Michele, welcome. Stay tuned. Give a thumbs up, guys. Smash it now and hit that subscribe button if you haven't done yet. Awesome. That's very cool to hear. Yep. Yes, welcome. Thank you. Michele, welcome. All right, cool. We see that the market 7 minutes remaining for the news to come up, and we see that breakdown. And if you guys have seen that since starting of this session, I was discussing about that this market to drop, and the market is dropping, right? And also, if you guys have watched my analysis also like that, I want you to become like that, to predict the market with high accuracy. How do you do that? By knowing, all right? So knowing is more important than learning. Okay, so knowing. If you know, you can trade. So that's what my goal here is, to make the traders who can know how to trade. So now let's look at here. You can see it's breaking below, expecting that the further drop here, there is a fair value gap. Okay, so now I would definitely look for an entry as long as there was no news coming up. It's coming the spike, so you don't want to just get stopped out with the spike. Rather, we'll be waiting for the spike to end and then to enter with proper accuracy, proper risk management. This is the 4-hour 20 EMA approaching, which is the 3336 level, and 5 minutes remaining for the data to come up, which is pretty bearish at the moment, we can see. And it might just push back to the upside before the data. Let's wait to see. So how the spike is playing out here? Look at here in this area that we can see the market from the 4-hour chart. We'll be waiting for that candle to close. So we have seen the 3 minutes remaining for the candle to close. From the daily, there is a pretty strong break below from the daily chart, and waiting for the market to show its hand in this area. Looking at the lower time frame, waiting to see, we can see 3 minutes remaining for the data to come up, and that's where looking at the 1 minute chart. So we see that 4-hour close coming, and with that close, would like to see the market to have a spike and then to get that back below. We have last minute for the news to release and waiting for the potential spike. Are you guys ready? Do you think that it's gonna bounce back up or dropping down? I think we could see possible a liquidity graph from the top and then to revert again back to the downside. From the 4-hour chart, we can see that there's a long candle, so you can see that drop on the lower time frame, and yeah, this is crashing back below where pretty strong break below that we can see. So let's wait what kind of information that has been published. So 7.39 million, which is pretty bigger than the expected. So that has shown pretty stronger data on Xauusd on the lower time frame. So 4-hour chart, it's just crossing the 20 EMA, touching that. So, and therefore the 5 minutes price action that you can see, okay, what I think now could try to retest the 4-hour level. So if it is pushing back up here and 3345 is where we'll be able to see possible and you'd like to see here a push back up. So this is the 4-hour level. Okay, now 3345 is an important level to look at to see if the market is going up to retest or it's just maintaining the downtrend here. So from the 4-hour 20 EMA, expecting a rejection. So this is a sharply falling market. Okay, as I mentioned, it's approaching that level, so would like to see that going up to any of this key level for us to find that entry. Then we will be selling from 3345 or 3350 level if it is getting the rejection. Here it's showing that bearish price action so far. So it tested the 20 EMA. So it may continue to drop, but I will not be entering without break of a structure here. So this is an important level. This is also important level. And so on the lower time frame, if we look at the 15 minutes, it's gonna be pretty important level that we can look for possible retest. Now there is a big fair value gap, so we'll see that what kind of candlestick pattern forming in this zone. So as you can see, it's trying to push back up. We'll be waiting for okay, so this is the 5 minutes candle closing, the first 5 minutes after the 4-hour close, and it's just free fall here. It's just free fall. It's a very sharply bear market. Daily chart here looking at that, most likely we could see on the daily the price directly come back to 3289 level. So because it's a very sharply falling market, would like to see a pullback here. Okay, so it's when we see such a strong downtrend, it's hard to enter without proper breakup structure. Euro dollar also bearish. Looking at this 15 minutes price action, so if you look at this 1 hour price action here, you can see that it's a sharply falling market. So there's a big gap here. It's a pure imbalance in the market. So because it's in an imbalance, would like to see the market to trend back down here to create a new lower low. Yeah, this is the 1 minute chart. Would like to see a possible reaction here, which is we can say that the market potentially going back up. And this is where the 30 minutes, this is the 4 hour also, 3345. Okay, so it's a sharp bounce back to the upside here, and It might have a spike again here back to the upside, and if the market is coming here, we will be entering to the trade. So let's wait to see here. So here is the very important level, 3345 level. Now, is the market is going to that far or dropping down below before that? That's also an important point to look at. And from the 5 minutes, where we can see the price to pushing back up in that area, and okay, so we may see that now going back up to that level for this. So I will be placing here a sell limit in this level, keeping stop loss above this high, which is almost 82 pip stop loss. A sell limit to that level, and we'll be selling to this here. So which is not sell stop, sell limit. So basically, if the market reaching that level, we will be entering into the trade. If not, we will be readjusting the entry, no problem at all. So sell limit at 3345.59. Stop loss is here at 3353.88, and TP target here at 3334.03. So that's the sell limit here on this instrument. Now, if only the market is going back that far, if the price didn't touch that and come back down, we'll be using sell stop along the way for this drop potentially in that area. So place the sell limit at 3345.59. So place the sell limit here, and but the market is showing in that area sharply bearish, start to drop again. We'll be waiting for a break above, as there's a 50 minutes close here that we can see. And so the market here is, because there is a break above. If we see the market didn't reach there, start to drop again, we'll look to see, readjust the entry. As looking at 4 hour, this is where the candle opened, from the 4 hour and 1 hour, and so our entry sell limit at 3345.59 or 55, stop loss at 3353.84, TP target at 33399 or 3334, and waiting for this entry for this possible upside move in this market. And 4 hour chart, the price is approaching that level, 30 minutes in all time frame, 15 minutes also. So it's forming a structure, means that highly likely we could see the price may revisit that area. It's a sell limit, so okay, after cross of this high, So before the 30 minutes closed, so what kind of structure is forming here is to form possible a rejection back to the upside. Okay, so your place the pending order here. If it is going to that level, we will get that hit, okay, and then to return down. So you are nearing to the entry. $15 minutes. This is the 4-hour resistance as well. 1 hour, 30 minutes. So you have few pips for a potential trigger. The market is going to break that high, then we are on the trade. So if we are successfully trigger and drop back down, we will be almost 114 pip target here. Very narrow dodgy formation. So we are waiting to have one more spike back to the upside, and if we look at the 30 minutes, it's a pretty big long candle on the 30 minutes, and didn't trigger yet. It's also the 4-hour resistance, and $15 minutes that you can see 15 minutes candle also. Haven't got entry yet for few pip. I'm assuming that the price to go back up again. The volume dropped a little bit. It's because of the high volume during the news. So candle become very narrow. Waiting for that trigger here, and yes, the price trying to push back to the upside. We'll see that most likely to be triggering. Why is still not entering? So the market in a level where I will be entering. The trade is still not triggered, the pending order. But if this 1 minute candle closing without entry, I will be entering by market here, as we only almost entered, but I am entering by market. So I am on the trade by market here on Xauusd. So stop loss and TP target same, 3353.78. TP the same, 33343.93. And okay, so basically pending order or my entry is active, and I'm on the trade by entry by market, and as the market in a very crucial level. So I'm on the trade on Xauusd for a possible a sell drop here, a drop. So you're on the trade here. It's almost nearly there. So either you entered by pending order or by market order. And now as the market crossed this very important key level, this is the 30 minutes price action, expecting it to get a rejection here. So our TP is here. So if the market is getting the rejection, that you can see, this is the 15 minutes price action. It crossed that very important key resistance line on the lower time frame, not a higher time frame resistance. Possibility for a rejection back is higher. So this we're waiting to see for the possible rejection in this market here. So looking at the 4 hour here, so you can see the market So we have entered sell is with the fact that this is a bear market, and to see that the market to continue to the direction of the trend. So 30 minutes closed. We see that with a narrower doji. Now for the market to so if it get rejected, then we might see straight coming back down. So we see some kind of primary rejection showing up. We're on the sell trade. So you can see the 15 minutes as well, a long week. Now so you can see some 5 minutes rejection just going in the favor. 1 minute price action again, looking forward to see that having that rejection. So if it is getting a complete rejection from the top, that's where we may see the market coming back here to this support level again. So we see that some pressure coming from the sellers after this pretty strong bounce. Right, cool. We can see some kind of rejection coming here on the lower time frame. We are on the side near our entry. Now 1 hour chart to see if this market is coming back down again or moving again back to the upside. Where the market is, so is this going back to this liquidity zone or getting that rejection? So let's wait to see. This is still on a liquidity grab, so 1 minute chart. Okay, so if it is getting we need to see that complete break below. Thank you, welcome. I think drop. What do you think buy level? Okay, so on the monthly. Okay, so here as we are trading with the current trend, and we'll see that here the price to start to move back again in the major direction of the trend. So 30 minutes here we can see that a doji. Now if this market doesn't drop, that might be a stronger manipulation here, but I think we could see that rejection back, which some kind of reflection coming slowly on the lower time frame. And this kind of market, once it managed to break, it might just straight drop back to this support or even breaking below here. So we're waiting to see. The 30 minutes support is here, so once it managed to break below, we may see that once the price managed to break below this green candle, we may see that complete drop down again in the major direction of the trend. So looking at the 15 minutes here, also a long wick doji, and So it's maintaining a market structure here. Typically how the price will be creating a structure is key. So as we mentioned, 3345, that is a very important support. Now this 30 minutes price, if the price breaking below here, then we could see that break of market structure here in this zone. Again, looking at 30 minutes, a pin bar, and so lower time frame in this area getting showing that locally still the sellers not being able to strongly sell. So if you look at the 4-hour here, from this 20 EMA, so there is another 5 minutes closed. So you see that there is a 15 minutes candle closed, and we are nearing to the 1-hour close. Now let's wait to see what kind of market structure it is forming. We see that there is a sharp rejection again. Looking at our entry, as we are on a sell limit, to come this price down from the 15 minutes, if we look at, if this market wants to be bearish, we should see a stronger rejection at the moment slowly, because the price already has done that pullback. And looking at the 30 minutes is very important, because this candle where there was a pin bar, okay, we can see some lower time frame potential rejection. And as we mentioned, if the market structure breaks from that, we could see the price to potentially completely come back down here to the support level. So it's getting that rejection back. Getting that rejection, and I would like to see that it's pushing down in that direction. And cool, we see that downside break. If it is a head and shoulder coming down, we should be able to see a drop that we're waiting to see. Once the market managed to break this 30 minutes support, which is a 3345 level, we might see that coming back down here to create a new lower low. And 15 minutes and the 30 minutes, especially the 30 minutes support is important. The 5 minutes price showing bearish, and we see that there's a 1 hour candle close coming, which is also possibly to close as a doji or as a bear candle. Then to 30 minutes candle, if it is breaking below, to fill that long wick here. But we are on the sell side, and we can see there is a break of structure, holding on to that. All right, cool. We can see that there is a break below. We are almost running at nearly to the profit target. So 30 minutes support is potentially to break, and 15 minutes as well. 5 minutes, there's one candle closed here, which is a bear candle. Are you guys with me? So we are almost entering into the profit area, and now if this candle started to break below, this is 30 minutes price, we might see a straight coming even closing that low. If it managed to break below, we might see that a straight drop here and then coming back well below this level. So this is what the main strategy here been used. If the market, if you look at the 1 hour, you can see it's forming a potential doji, not being able to potentially to cross that high and then to return back in the direction of the trend. So looking at 5 minutes and the 1 minute chart, here is the crucial level to see the market breaking that 1 minute 30 minute support. So once it's breaking below, if it managed to do, we'll see that what kind of structure it is forming. It easily can return from here, but if it breaks below here, that's where a better opportunity to come here to the support level. We see that some attempt from the buyers here. Now this 5 minutes price action is on a sideway. So you see a candle closed on the lower time frame. So we have one more 5 minutes candle to close before the 1 hour, which is an important price action. If the 1 hour closing is as a bearish here as a red doji, we may see that continuation back down. But if it is closing as a bullish, stronger bullish candle, that's where we might see that the price to push back up again. So how this candle closed is important to look at. Last few minutes are important because that's where the market may change its sentiment. You guys with me? So this is a very key zone. This is 1 minute price started from here, and before the candle close, if we see that it has got very strong rejection, then we may see that straight coming here. That's the direction that we are expecting. Or it may just grab more liquidity and then could drop. But making a false breakout is where the probability is higher for drop. If it makes false breakout, we have seen that 1 hour closing, and with this 1 hour close, now we need increased volatility. This is the 1 minute chart. Before the candle close, if it is straight, come down and break that low here, then we could see the trend continuation. So last 1 or 2 minutes price action is where the direction sometimes determines for the long term. Okay, getting some rejection on the 1 minute, 5 minutes. So okay, so the bias showing possibly to the downside. Now as you can see, 1 hour, this is the 1 hour support. Okay, so you can see the market here, 1 hour candle closed with a, okay, getting that rejection potentially. I think we might see that possible rejection. There's a doji closed on the 30 minutes. Holding on to that, we might see that downside drop potentially here on the 4 hour here. Doji 1 hour, pretty strong bearish. 30 minutes with the doji, we can see that there is a doji and expecting it to come back here to fill that zone where possible bearish drop. Holding on to that, expecting it to come back here, and if it keep pushing down, then we will be able to see that possibly to 115 pip move, expecting if it comes down to the support level. This support is crucial. The price struggling to break that low, but if it is breaking below, So it's forming a structure if you look at the 5 minutes here, and the way the price action is forming, what I think we may see that support break, and if it breaks below the support, we can expect that trend continuation. So 1 hour closed as a long wick doji. So it is doji formation. With a liquidity grab here on the 1 minute, and cool, it's getting that rejection back to the downside, so possibly to trend in the direction of our favor. We see that there is a complete break of support. It might struggle here a little bit, but once it managed to penetrate in that level, we could see that the price to potentially keep pushing down. Now 5 minutes close coming, which is a bearish candle on the 5 minutes, and pretty strong drop here on the lower time frame. So we are holding on to that. Here, so you can see the market is, if you guys look at it, you can see after break of this high, it's getting that rejection back to the downside. It's a sharply, what I think that we may see the price to potentially trend back down in the major direction and to drop back below the support level, which is sharply falling market. If you look at the 5 minutes here, the market trend is currently, here is the, so if you look at the 1 minute, where the market trend showing that bearish move, and we're holding on to that for this possible move back to the downside. So we are waiting to see that possible rejection that we can see the market is getting in this area. This is the 15 minutes candle pattern where a potential doji formation. Would like to see what kind of price action is forming here on the 15 minutes. It's very weird here in this area. And so it's reached the resistance line again. Let's see that where the price to potentially come back again to the support or wants to continue trend back up. So we are still holding it to see if the market is possibly to trend here or to So you will be seeing that bullish trend, or let's wait to see if very interesting market structure. And now this is the last zone that we can look for, possibly to return back again, or trend continuation. So we are holding on to that. This is the, we see the price has reached that resistance. Now to see if the market is heading back again to the daily low again, or going up for another potential bounce. If it is rejecting from the top, that could lead that price back below to the support. So this is a we can say this is the 5-minute candle closed, and so if the market return from that level, we could see that the price to return back again straight to the long-term support here, and that might lead the price back below. So there is a if we look at the 15 minutes, 5 minutes here, we're still on the trade, holding on to this market to potentially drop down to the support. and it is absolute that we could see some further move here, wanting to see that it's coming down here to the long-term support, which is from the 15 minutes. So you can see that there is a sharp rejection from the top, and that being said, we may see a double top and then rejection here. So looking at 5 minutes, okay, looking at the 15 minutes price action here, and the 5 minutes, very interesting price action. So looking at multi-time frame, 30 minutes here, got that on the 15 minutes, and is a very interesting structure that we can see on the 15 minutes. And so what kind of market structure it has formed here, that we can see pretty 15 minutes closed with a long wick doji. Now we'll see that if the market breaking below back, now this market even may move in a sideway for extended. So the market structure forming in a very interesting way, that where looking to see the market to trend here or breaking above. So looking to see, I think we might see some upturn possibly in this area. Okay, let's wait to see if the market getting that momentum back. It's a very interesting market. There's a doji on the 5 minutes. Now if the markets want to trend back down, okay, so we are still on the trade. It's really forming a very, very unusual structure. And in the last time that we will be looking to see if we see that potential rejection from the top, we can see the market forming a very unpredictable price action. On the 1 minute, the price going up and having the rejection back. So Now this is a, if you look at here, this is a little fragile structure that still could come back here to test the support. Looking at the 5 minutes and the 1 minute again. So you see another 5 minutes candle closing. We might see this one closing as a doji. If it is closing as a doji, expecting potential rejection. We are extending our live session to see what kind of market structure forming to solve this trade, and waiting here for to see is it forming a head and shoulder. Do you think that, guys, this market is going to be bearish or bullish? What's your opinion here? Looking at the 5 minutes, that we can see two dojis. I think it's still possible for the market to potentially come back here to the support level to create a new lower low. So the 15 minutes closing a narrow doji. So now if this 15 minutes candle is not being able to strongly go up, we may see another bearish rejection in that direction, and that might lead the price potentially back below this support level here, where this is where the market is showing that pattern, where the market is showing that bearish move, waiting for the price to show that potential rejection from the top. Here on the lower time frame, 30 minutes price action, that we can see okay, so the 15 minutes closing, we see there is a narrower candle, and I think this narrower candle is weaker response from the buyers, so there is still probability for a potential rejection back to the downside here. So you see some rejection on the 15 minutes, which is bearish sign here. And that being said, we'll be waiting for that move back to the downside here. If this market break below, we may see that sharp rejection. It can form a head and shoulder here, and then trend continue back down to the major direction of the trend. That's why we're waiting to see that to happen, possibly where So waiting to still for the market to show possible directional bias in this area. Now two back-to-back 15 minutes doji, and I think this market still possibility for rejection back, as the bulls not getting very stronger here. Therefore still probability for another rejection back in that market. So let's see how this candle closing. This is the 5 minutes, a doji formation. Okay, here is the key. Getting that rejection possibly because back-to-back two narrow candle here has couldn't create a higher high. We still could see that the market to return to the major direction of the trend here. So here what do we see that in this area, this is a structure that big drop pullback expecting to trend back down. So that's what we're looking at. Now we have a confirmation bias. Of course we are on the trade sell side, so but the market structure showing that possibly to come back down. And if this market structure breaks below what I think, that it may just continue to drop further for bigger liquidity gap here. There is a support here, which is where there is a stronger liquidity in this area, and so 30 minutes getting that potential rejection here, waiting for the market to see it's pushing down. So 15 minutes managed to break below, and I think now we could see potential downside here. So we'll be waiting to see that move. We see that market managed to break below here, so which is that's what we're discussing so far. Cool. You can see some move, and from here, because there is a head and shoulder and break, if the price potentially started to drop, we may see straight coming back here to our TP. So I'm holding it for the full potential TP hit here. We will not be closing in the middle. Either we will see that the market going back up or coming down to our full TP target to hit that level. And here is the 15 minutes and the 5 minutes to look at. Now this 5 minutes price action is important because you would like to see that it's straight coming down to retest that level. Now right, possible directional bias here in the cool. Here is, we might see that are you guys with me? So we are on the bearish rejection here, and that being said, it's in a form a bearish structure, expecting to come back here. (15 minutes) price action that you can see a bearish candle, which is comparing with the 5 minutes. So looking at this 4-hour price action, what kind of market it is trying to form here in this area, that So we see a 30 minutes doji formation, which is this is very interesting here. As you will see that 1 hour closed, and so before the 1 hour close, would like to see if this market started to trend up or breaking below again. We can see that this is a if we look at the 30 minutes closed as a potential doji. Now I was looking at the 15 minutes close here, which is a sharp doji, and So 15 minutes close as a doji. Now let's see that if this market wants to fill that long wick here or to return back again. It's a pretty long session here, and yeah, we may see a potential weak fill here, and in that case potentially to come back to the support. We are still holding the trade, and if this is here that weak fill from the 15 minutes that we can see, then the market to potentially come back here. Still with those lines here to see. We are a bit longer in this session, and I believe that you guys are here. We need to see the trade to have a potential result. So you can see a weak fill possible here on the 15 minutes. If that's the weak fill, we may see the market to come back here. That's why we are holding it. 1 minute chart to see that the market is still here, that trend, and triple top formation. It's a very complex structure formation. 15 minutes, a long wick, and that long wick, if it is coming here to fill that here to come back below to that liquidity zone. Because once it start to drop, it may just keep pushing down. Okay, so bearish price action here on the lower time frame. If it fails to create a higher high, then potentially to create a lower low here. Here is a big move pullback. I'm still expecting for deeper rejection here, and that's why we are holding the trade. and we can see some kind of movement and rejection coming from the top. And if this market structure breaks that, that's what we're looking to see the market to trend back down and dropping that low here. All right, cool. Falling from the top, that to see possibly to this trend continuation. Gap open, which is so failed to create a lower low. That means is to continue up. Let's see here. This market change trend, or Okay, so we see that there is a pretty sharp bounce, and from that level to see 30 minutes big rejection back to the upside, 15 minutes so 15 minutes closing, as a we have seen that there is a 20 EMA retest, and now I would like to see if this is it. The market tested, want to trend back down because it's so far significant break to the upside. 5 minutes along with doji. Now this is the 15 minutes candle closing as a retest candle of the 20 EMA of the 15 minutes. And how this candle closing is important, because if it is closing as a long wick doji, we still could see for another rejection back to the downside here. It's pretty long session and waiting for a possible move, because if this is a fake out, we may see a complete rejection from that level to drop back here to the support level, so which is still there is a high probability for this market to continue back. As if we look at the daily here, we can see that from the daily there was a big drop here, so the market trend is still can be possible to drop back again to the major direction of the trend. So 15 minutes close as a doji, and that's a multiple liquidity gap. Let's wait for guys to see possible rejection from the top, as there is a 20 EMA retest. Now if this market want to trend, then we might see that complete break below. I will still be possibility to think for the market to trend down here to the major direction, that we can see some rejection coming up. So if you look at the 15 minutes here, and this is a 20 EMA retest, multiple times the price crossed that, got a stronger rejection from the top, and it is possible now for this price to come here to retest this support here before it get any bounce or possibility to trend down further. And just as soon as you will before you close the session, we will be taking one lucky members from here to join the academy to learn the strategy that I am trading every day in this academy, and also to be part of all the trading tools that I'm using. So if you guys excited about it, then we have just a couple of minutes to close this trade. Once we see that trade is closed, we will be ending the session. We will be taking the competition for entering to that giveaway. Now here is, this is the looking at again on the 30 minutes and the 15 minutes here. And I think we might see now a possible stronger break below. Now this rejection from the top can be a possible trend reversal. Let's wait to see where it's heading to. Alright, so it can be a reversal and can possibly to drop down to the support here. Are you guys still on the trade with me? Okay, it can possibly to drop, break this support. Thank you for joining the live session. We are holding the trade is here for this possible rejection back, and looking at the 1 hour price action here, this is where the market trend is bearish. 15 minutes we can see the market trend is also having possible rejection here. So now this is the point that we need to look at for the market to remain in the direction. It needs to get rejected from here to the downside. If it breaks below here, you could see that potential complete downtrend. Do you think so? I think we might see that break of support. Some rejection coming. If the market leaving it as a head, left shoulder, right shoulder, that's where to see that the market breaking that support, coming here in that direction. This is very uh, very interesting here. Okay, so with this drop pullback is coming back below for another rejection. Okay, so it formed a head and shoulder. Now would like to see if this is continuing as a head and shoulder with a head, left shoulder, right shoulder, or pushing back again back to the upside. Showing here bullish. This is very complex at the moment. And because the market has dropped that far, we still be holding it to see the 50 minutes closing. So you need to, due to the time shortage, we need to end the session. We will still be running this trade. This is a very, at the moment, a very probable trade. we can see again the market trying to push back down here, and looking at 15 minutes price action forming a long wick candle here. So we see the price action on the 1 minute here again getting another big bear candle. So with all those price action formation here in this area, looking at the 5 minutes as well, a doji. Okay, getting some reaction from the top. So struggling in that area really, and once what will happen is that once the market will break from the structure, it just will drop like a waterfall, and that's what the waiting to see. If the market reject, if you could see here that possibility for a break, because there is already a big head and shoulder, the market to drop like a waterfall. So 5 minutes doji. All right, cool. Waiting for that potential break of support. Cool. Yep, we can see that push back down, and that's what I'm waiting to see, a potential waterfall, and to close this trade with profit. Patience is key. I'm still on the trade. So looking at the 5 minutes here. All right, so with the head and shoulder, the possibility for the price to come down, that we can see. Oh, boom, that's good one. That's good move. That we can see good move happening. Expecting it to trend back down. We are waiting for a long time for this trade, so we can close with profit, which is the key here. And as I mentioned earlier, once it's gonna push down, it's gonna keep dropping to very low. So you can see head and shoulder, and then to possibly 15 minutes. Now this kind of structure potentially to come well below here, any of this low. So we have waited long enough, so we may expect a move here. when the market choppy, that's where sometimes we need to be very patient, because when the market start to be choppy after a big move, it does like that. But this structure here is possibly to trend down here, because there is an imbalance here in that area. So the potential for this market to break below is very higher, and we can see that it's getting in that direction. We were patient, probably will get the price for that, and as soon as we will close the trade, also will be giveaway for this session today, so don't miss out guys. Today we are late, but worth, as we want to close this trade with profit. That's the key. Alright, so you can see that pretty sharp rejection from the top, and trading is like that. You need to be very patient at some point, and because there is a 30 minutes pin bar, that is where you can see the market is showing this is the 5 minutes. All right, so cool. Weaker from the buyers. The price action here for me to look to me bearish, but we'll see one few minutes for further price action formation. You guys ready for giveaway? That today's sessions, we are almost nearly to the end, and we would like to close this one as the market now trending down and expecting it to trend back down to the support, so that we can close that potentially with the profit that expecting. The 4-hour close coming in few minutes. Look at the 4-hour, you can see the market 1 hour 2 seconds is still remaining for the 4-hour to close, so 1 hour 20 minutes. And would like to see that trend continuation. Ready for the giveaway, so we'll be looking to see that break of support, and then get ready for today's giveaway. We are little late on this session, bigger longer session, but worth doing. We are running a trade that is moving in our profit area. In few pips move, we will be able to see that profit running. Once we see the trend, the market is in the profit. If we see a stronger drop, we will hold it, or we will be closing in the running profit, and then we will move to the giveaway section. Here is the market trying to create a false breakdown, but let's wait to see what kind of price action. Now this is the, if you look at the 15 minutes here, we can see that a bearish price action in this, and this kind of market. So 30 minutes candlestick pattern that you can see, this is a purely bearish price action. At the moment we see there is a rejection from the top. So that being said, this market to be possibly to come down here to fill that zone, to create a new lower low. Okay, so trend continuation is what we are looking at. Right, cool. We can see that rejection, which is our expectation here, though the market may listen to our expectation or no. If we see that break this support, that's where we are on the right direction of the trade. So cool. And we see that after this break of structure, the market managed to trend back down, tested the neckline, rejected back. That's where possible drop down. Right, so once the market properly will be able to break this support, we may see a potential direct waterfall, and that means this a smooth drop. 15 minutes closed as a bear candle, which is possibly to come down here, and that is where so this is a 5 minutes doji, which is showing a possible directional bias below here, a bear market, and we are looking forward to see the market to possibly drop down here to the support to break that low, crash that down, and then to create a new lower low in that area. So waiting to see that the price to penetrate that low. All right, so this is in a very important support level at the moment, where coming down further to see here this support to retest. Oh, we said got that rejection. All right, so and market struggle in that support. I really don't know why, but it's struggling in that area. It's the buyer here, and this is probably an order block. It's very weird price action. In that order block, the market is struggling. I think finally it's gonna potentially come down to penetrate that support level. Okay, 5 minutes closed, and so we are waiting to see that trend continuation, which we can see some bearish move. This is an order block here, the price struggling to break below, but finally I think we could see that ultimately the market to return to the direction here to create a new lower low. So there's a 5 minutes closed, and So this is the market is carrying that rejection from the order block, and just if you look at the 4-hour chart, okay, so here is very funny price action has formed, lower time frame. We need to finally close this trade. The market looks very funny now. It's from this support level again getting a rejection. So waiting to see that here. This is a very interesting candlestick pattern formation. this is a complete from the 1 hour candlestick pattern. The candle closed and we can see that a red candle formation. So is this market to potentially trend back up or coming down here? So let's see from the lower time frame. If you look at the 30 minutes, we can see a red candle formation, and with this red candle, the question is the market trending back up or coming down again for another drop? Would like to see that from the lower time frame. So from the 1 hour, what I think the price may try to fill some of this long wick here. If that's the case, then we may see that the market to come down, then fill that long wick here on the 1 hour, and then to break below. But 30 minutes, that we can see a wick fill possible. Now looking at the 1 hour price action, I'm still bearish here on the 1 hour. For this possible weak fill, right? So you can see that there is a rejection, and that's where the 1 hour market has managed to break below, and so this is a kind of, like a semicircular structure that could potentially break below. So looking at the lower time frame again here, um, okay guys, so we will be still running this trade because it's struggling in that area to move in one direction. So what I think that there's a 1 hour bear candle, the market potentially to break below from the 1 hour perspective. Therefore my bias is still bearish. And if you look at the 1 hour price action, you can see this is a 1 hour candle, a bear candle. The next one to potentially come down here to fill that zone before the 4 hour close. That's the possible scenario that we could see as the market is trending. And I will be looking for this trade to watch for the till the end, either to SL or TP. And in the meantime, guys, as we discussed in this live session, we will have a giveaway to invite to join the academy. So we'll be running the giveaway very soon, while we are looking at to see here this trade from the 4 hour. So lower time frame. Now we see at the top. Okay, so this is a really interestingly reversal market at the moment. So 1 hour that we can see, it just has got rejection with a series of high and low formation, and may try to push back up. So you have to close this trade at the moment, and because we see there is a market is pretty unpredictable, so we are out with the trade, and we will be looking forward to see further further trade coming later. We can see the market is in that area was pretty unpredictable, and we will be looking forward to see further entry opportunity. We are out with the trade, and with that said, we'll be looking to announce the giveaway here for this session. What we can see that the market here, this is a, we see that this is very unpredictable at the moment in this area. From this order block, it just has got that rejection. So looking at the for this session, we're looking forward to see we'll be announcing a giveaway here. So looking at the Nightbot, if you guys write on the chat, okay, so we'll be looking at the giveaway. The keyword here is gold. So if you write here gold, you will be entering into the competition. So you can write that gold on the chat. So you can write gold, that's gonna be in the competition. So yeah, let's wait for that to come, and waiting. So waiting for everyone to enter into the competition. Yeah, you can write gold here for entry. Thank you. All right, cool. Looking to see. Yep, we found 9 entries. If you guys write gold, it's gonna be in the competition. So you can write buy gold to enter into the competition. You can write gold to enter into the competition. We see 11 entries. So we got 11 entries. You can write gold on the live chat to enter into the competition for the giveaway. Okay, so we got 11 entries, so we'll be choosing the winner. I'm rolling it over. Mr. Original Bushman is the winner. You can visit the website. You can find link below this video. Once you're on the website, you can use the contact us page to let your winner know. You will receive the package on your email. Thank you for joining this long live session. I'll see you again, guys, very soon, trading live together. Until that, stay well, stay happy.